the session on corporate governance. My name is John Mofokeng, as many of you would have picked up by now, being the guy behind the closed doors or the curtains, organizing and coordinating this session. I am with my colleagues, Ms. Diale, Lesego Diale, who's our marketing manager, and she is also joined by a colleague in the same unit, Mr. Mandla Muchoko. I think Dudu Posa, who's also one of the colleagues at the SHRA, is joining us, if not already, and some of you may have already interfaced with. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things before we hand over the session to the facilitator. The session itself, as I said in the email a few days ago, we initially advertised it as a 2-day session. However, I think when we looked at things and went back to the drawing board, we realized that this content actually can be consolidated within a day's session, basically three and a half session. So we are not going to be here tomorrow. This is our one and only session that we have on this topic. We're looking at closing the session, they give it or take 12:30. It's a recorded session. Our marketing and communications team are taking care of that. But let me ask for the quality of this call and for us to be able to benefit maximally on this offering, that we all keep mute and only allow the speaker to be unmuted. Secondly, Lesego has also put up on the chat line the link, and she's asked that if you can just take a minute to register your attendance. I know that you RSVP'd and you registered your attendance, but given that you are here now, just take a minute, don't close, don't go out of the session. In the chat line there, go and click on that, and I think there are a few details that you might just need to populate. The PowerPoint presentation, which you are all looking at the moment, and the manual that goes hand in hand with this, and it gives much more detail, will be released to all of you at the conclusion of today's session. So bear with us. We thought, let us just perhaps get everyone to first focus on the presenter and the PowerPoint and take us through this. I'm also hoping that, colleagues, this will be an interactive session, engage with the presenter and the presentation as we go along. In fact, just on that, we have actually asked one of the well-known experts on the subject to come and help us to deliver this topic and really unpack it to all of us. Professor Peter Goss, whose name to some of you may ring a bell, is the known subject matter expert on this topic. He has written extensively on the topic. I think he also consults and works with corporates, large and small, in unpacking and helping the organizations to actually embody this as best practice. So he will be taking us through as the lead facilitator this subject today, and I've seen how he interacts with the audience and really unpacks things. So engage, don't shy away. Because the session is consolidated to one, we're not going to break as such, but if you need to take your 5 minutes, 2-minute comfort break, please, by all means, do so. I think I have covered much. I will be still in the room myself, so that right at the end, I'll come back and just give the closing remarks and wrap up the session. On that note, Prof, we are in your hands. Let us use, colleagues, the chat line as well. If there are questions of general nature or even relating to this topic that you may have, please also use the chat line, and we will be sensitizing Prof as he goes along of such questions coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Good morning. This is a session to share with you the context of corporate governance for an SHI and your regulated relationship between various stakeholders and SHRA. You can just simply unmute or raise a hand and ask a question or make an input, so we can try to be interactive in this awkward platform. So we've done quite a successful job of making it interactive. So I might pick on you and say any comments or whatever the case might be as we go along. So feel free to unmute at the time you have something to say, and I will just mute if there's anything said. Thank you, colleagues. So first and foremost, one needs to look in the corporate governance context. And I think I want you to understand corporate governance in a broader sense. Many people interpret corporate governance by the term governance. One needs to be very careful of that narrow interpretation of corporate governance by interpreting it purely as governance. Governance, many people see as about control and compliance. However, one must keep in mind that corporate governance is the entire system by which an organization, a company, is controlled and directed to achieve its strategic objectives. Along that path, the average company must also comply with certain things, but that's secondary. Primary is you must try to achieve your strategic goals and produce value for those that you're created for. Amongst those you created for are shareholders, in your case, beneficiaries of social housing. We call those stakeholders. So corporate governance goes all the way to how you even look after stakeholders as you serve them and their needs, and what we call a sustainable value creation as you build value for those stakeholders by giving them quality social housing, for example, by giving them customer service in their social housing, by making sure their amenities are well taken care of, by treating them fairly. Very important to understand that that's all part of good corporate governance. So the word corporate too in corporate governance does not mean corporate large, corporate international, corporate very big, conglomerate. Corporate is also a social housing institution providing services to people. And corporate in the context of you need to comply with certain laws in delivering on social housing to people. So the three tiers of social housing institutions, one could say, are umbrella institutions providing property management services, social housing institutions that develop and manage their own rental stock, and then of course social housing institutions established by tenant groups. So there are various forms, and each of these forms must make sure that there is in place an appropriate corporate governance system for directing the delivery of social housing. And where does this find its home? In the Social Housing Act. This is a very important instrument for all of you. Pay heed to the Social Housing Act and the supporting regulations. I recently had a major intervention in this industry where I've been looking at certain matters around institutions. And I was really surprised to pick up that there might be a perception that the Act and the regulations don't have the gravitas of other laws in terms of compliance. Let's just make this clear. The Social Housing Act and the regulations to the Social Housing Act are not voluntary. These are obligatory instruments that one can find themselves on the wrong end of the law for not complying with them, on the wrong end of compliance breach for not complying with them, on the wrong end of an accusation of underhandedness for not adhering to them. So we don't want to make this presentation about compliance, but about, in a mature manner, building value for stakeholders of social housing, for tenants of social housing, even for suppliers and service providers in social housing, treating them fairly within a structured and orderly corporate governance system that continuously makes sure there is sustainability in the social housing environment that you're part of. You must keep in mind that social housing plays a major role in certain national development priorities, like helping with taking care of certain social problems, availability of housing for the less advantaged people, for low-income people, making sure that you overcome certain spatial difficulties because social housing can be put together in smaller environments for more people, for example. So we just highlighted already the wider meaning of good corporate governance, which is building value in a sustainable way for social housing beneficiaries while being responsible in delivering social housing, being responsible by making sure you have the right kind of business discipline, being responsible, making sure you have suppliers who treat your customers with the necessary discipline and respect, making sure you comply with human rights of people, your own employees' rights, and also being responsible in how you remunerate the leaders of the social housing institution, as opposed to making sure that it doesn't compromise the value that you deliver to your social housing beneficiaries. So we'll be discussing how you can achieve a state of good governance, talking also how you will need to comply, and also how there are hard law, which is the Act, Social Housing Act, and the regulations, and what I call soft law, which is best practices in corporate governance. We hope to empower you to be more voluntary in adhering to good governance standards, as opposed to a tick box application of the law only. We hope to empower you also to ensure that as governing boards or members of governing boards or boards of directors of social housing environments, you're able to make sure you supervise and monitor the role of the social housing institution. One recent example I noticed was where the board's agenda was so haphazard that one couldn't tell whether the board was considering critical issues when it was sitting on the affairs of the social housing institution. For example, a board should consider what are the 3 strategic priorities of the institution. Number 1 could be to ensure sustainability in providing social housing. Number 2, to make sure of that sustainability, you would then be looking at financial sustainability. So I don't know how a board of a social housing institution can meet on a quarterly basis without considering financial performance. I don't know how a CEO of a social housing institution can award himself a penalty or secure a loan from the institution without the board approving that. Governance falling flat. I don't know how a board can sit and not on its agenda have our stakeholders, our tenants happy. On a quarterly basis, have an assessment of tenants' happiness, satisfaction, we call it, client satisfaction. Yes, tenants will have difficulties. They come from different environments, but the basic tenet of what we do for tenants is provide them with social housing in which we hope to keep them comfortable. And to ask somebody, are you comfortable where I've kept you? I think it's just good customer service. So if you want to go broadly into corporate governance definition in simple terms, it's the systematic, legitimate, and sustainable direction. Systematic, legitimate, sustainable direction and application of leadership in an ethical way to drive a strategy and business plan using appropriate policies, procedures, and controls for the social housing institution, supported by governance structures, and making sure it achieves its financial and non-financial goals. Financial goals, make sure you're not suffering an ongoing loss and therefore depriving stakeholders, tenants, of the benefits of quality maintenance, for example. non-financial benefits, keeping the tenants happy with their accommodation by keeping it livable. I think at that point, I want to ask a question. Any views on this wide interpretation of corporate governance being much more than about control, but also about quality service delivery that keeps your tenants, your stakeholders, your regulator comfortable with your performance? Any views on that? Is that how you appreciate social housing? Dimakatso?
Doesn't that have to do with sustainability and viability of all? Because I mean, if your tenants are happy, then overall the SHI would do good.
Beautiful. Thank you, Alfonso. Any other views on this governance interpretation? You know, many of us think corporate governance, as I said earlier on, is about telling us what we must and mustn't do. You just heard a view now about sustainability and keeping tenants happy. I mean, how far removed is that from what we must and mustn't do? You actually want to do exactly that. Make sure the SHI is sustainable for the long term by having a good relationship with your customers, meeting their needs within the confines of the resources you have, so that we can provide social housing for a long time. Please speak. The colleague on the speaker now, if you can just mute while you're having a chat on the side. Sorry. So the framework for good corporate governance in the context of what we said about building stakeholder value is, yes, and we have on the one hand a hard-coded side of corporate governance. We are all formed as institutions, as companies, as cooperatives. We are all as municipal entities, as municipalities also. We are all formed as creatures of law. So any institution operating in some level of service delivery and business is formed in terms of some instrument of law. So that instrument will tend to provide for what we call hard-coded rules that you must obey. Maleboheng? Maleboheng? Manguta, can you mute, please?
In the event that we are not winning on that front, Lesego, with your capability, the capabilities on your side, are you able to perhaps keep everyone on mute? And that will also affect you for momentarily, Prof, and then just unmute yourself. That's how we manage this, because I've asked that we try and secure the quality of the call.
Thank you. So colleagues, I trust you can still hear me. I see I'm not muted. So we said there's the hard-coded side that creates an entity. And that is the basis from which we all can't depart. I run a company called Peter Goss Pty Limited, Governance, Crisis and Forensics. The company has to comply with the Companies Act, which is a lot more than whoever regulates me. The Companies Commission regulates a company. In your case, as a social housing institution, the ISHRA regulates your conduct in providing social housing. But you must also comply with the Companies Act if you're a registered company. So you have two parties that regulate your conduct if you're in the social housing space, for example. If you're a municipal entity providing social housing, your creature of habit is the Municipal Finance Management Act, the Municipal Systems Act, for example. So many laws will create or originate an entity that functions in a business context. Of course, there's a second part to that best practice standard, and that is voluntary best practice, what we call soft law items. Many of you would have heard, for example, of a code for corporate governance, often referred to as the King Code. In South Africa, that code is on its 4th version now, since 1994, when it first came into force in the first version in 1994. In 2016, the 4th version, King 4, came into effect. It is a soft instrument that gives best practices for ethical leadership, effective leadership of an organization to build sustainable value for stakeholders. So you've got hard substantive governance, hard law, and you've got soft law, which is, for example, codes of good practice for corporate governance. And in your context, it's the Social Housing Act, substantive governance, the Social Housing Act, and the various laws that might apply depending on who you are. It might be an NPC, it might be a MOE, municipal owned entity, it might be a cooperative, but many of these also have a second provision in the Companies Act that they must look at for their corporate governance. For example, the Companies Act will say to you, depending on your size of organization, you must prepare annual financial statements or audited annual financial statements, submit your tax returns on time, remain compliant with laws that prevail over the average business, comply with labor laws by looking after your employees, comply with customer services laws by Consumer Protection Act by looking after your consumers, in particular, in your case, your renters, your tenants. So the voluntary side is perhaps the strong emphasis also of today. So the hard-coded side, the substantive governance for you is indeed to submit your quarterly reports to SHRA, your management accounts to SHRA, complete the templates that are given to you on your monthly performance, make sure that your board minutes are sent on to SHRA at the appropriate times. So those are your hard-coded issues that are compliance with the social housing regulations, which is a practical guide for the Social Housing Act. So corporate governance activities, in essence, are setting and steering the strategy of the organization to build that sustainable value for all stakeholders, making sure you have the right policies and procedures in place to make sure you achieve your strategic objectives, one of which must be to deliver reliable social housing to your tenants for a sustainable time frame, overseeing and monitoring your strategic approach to driving your institution, and finally being accountable. And in particular there, the board of directors of the institutions would come into play to hold management accountable and for the board to be accountable to tenants for the social housing institution's sustainability, ethical leadership, and effective performance. So I pause there to inquire as to any questions about the voluntary nature of corporate governance. The substantive nature, we said, is the law, is regulations, is documented policies issued by SHRA, for example, or a local authority. Are there any inputs on substantive governance and voluntary governance? Any questions for us?
Prof, I see one question. I don't think it relates to this directly. Spusiso Langa on the chat line is asking why the NPC, assuming not-for-profit company, is mostly favored over any other entity type.
Well, typically, Mrs. Langa, typically, you must remember social housing should not be carried out for an unreasonable level of profit. So most people choose the form of an NPC because social housing in its very nature is one that isn't trying to generate profits. It is trying to, in other words, exorbitant profits. Profits for sustainability, always. Profits for excessive profits, no. Profits to pay the CEO and the directors high incomes while the quality of social housing is low, no. So we have to balance the profit motive with the motive for social value, tenant value. I've seen in my interventions that sometimes you'd find an SHI's directors are earning exorbitant incomes, but the quality of the tenants' facilities doesn't even get maintained. So hence, I think most social housing institutions opt for the model of a not-for-profit company. So going more into detail about the substantive governance issues, the hard-coded governance issues. So in the law, you find that rights, duties, obligations, and actions under certain circumstances is prescribed. I've said to you that two prominent pieces of legislation for this environment will tend to be the Social Housing Act, always first and foremost. If you're a company, the Companies Act. One of the real deal breakers I've seen in your environment is governance over financial matters. I call it financial governance, and I want to touch on that quite extensively. Because at the end of the day, to the question asked by Langa in relation to YNPC and profitability right next to YNPC, is that of the integrity of financial governance. The maker or breaker for a social housing institution is one, poor customer service, and two, financial governance, believe me. Poor customer service, people will be toy-toying and in unrest about your services all the time. Poor financial governance, you won't have money to service people and people will be toy-toying against you and there'll be unrest at your facilities. So financial governance is critical, setting fair pricing, making sure it's aligned to what is the prescripts are in that regard, making sure that you manage financial incomes and revenues in a responsible manner and not being exorbitant in how you treat yourselves as, for example, a director or a CEO or a manager in the area. So first and foremost is the keeping of books. The Companies Act obliges the keeping of books for as much as 7 years for the average company. So this is important to archive and keep records. It's very important to have a memorandum of incorporation that sets out certain matters that the Act is not absolute on. For example, the frequency of directors' meetings. For example, decisions made by directors. For example, whether you involve tenants as members of the board of directors or not. I notice most of you don't put tenants on your board of directors. I've seen that being done. For example, in Holland, the Netherlands, where social housing is very advanced, you find that there's no fear of having tenants on the board of directors. I think in our environment, perhaps the tenant universe is not as, let's call it, mature as we see it in other more mature social housing environments. But I think that one needs to get the tenants on side, even if it means having a tenant forum outside of the main leadership forum of the social housing institution. Without the tenant forum, how on earth does one engage with tenants about their affairs and keep them happy and proactively make sure you don't end up with unrest by your tenants? The Companies Act obliges the keeping of reports relating to the affairs of the company, a record of the directors, the annual financial statements, all accounting records, notices and minutes of all meetings, and of course, written communications sent by the company to those who are invested in the company. Resolutions of the meetings of the board of directors should also be well captured in this regard. And records must be kept at a central place where they can be located for audit purposes, for other statutory purposes, for as much as 7 years. The Act now goes into, the Social Housing Act now goes into the financial viability prerequisites for the social housing institution. And it says the following things: you must maintain viability of the institution way after the construction phase. In the property management phase, you must maintain viability. You must have the right financial resources and resource levels for the short to medium term and even long term. You must provide for bad debts promptly. You must provide for annual escalations in pricing promptly. And you must keep solid records of cash flow and debts recovery. You must make sure to have a good financial administration system in place to effectively manage the financial affairs of an organization. You see the emphasis on finance in corporate governance and financial governance very prominent, because at the end of the day, whatever kind of institution you are in social housing, you need money. So the governance of money, how it's received, how it's used, is critical to successful, good corporate governance for a financial, for a social housing institution. So some practical suggestions for financial governance is to make sure you have some kind of policy framework and a delegation of authority framework. Policy, delegation of authority framework that gives authority to the CEO, who often in a social housing institution is one of the founder members. Make sure that the gaps, the independence between the CEO and the chairperson of the social housing institution's board is separated. I noticed that there's a very close relationship typically between CEOs and chairpersons of social housing institutions. It is absolutely taboo for a chairperson of a social housing institution board to also be the CEO. We must separate out those responsibilities in context of having good corporate governance. Make sure you have a policy in place that looks after stakeholder relationships, in particular tenant relationships. Make sure that you have a process for monitoring financial information so that you can submit the quarterly reporting tools to SHRA, the management accounts to SHRA, so that if they send you a compliance notice, you're able to adhere to that compliance notice and respond promptly. I see that in the industry, compliance notices are not treated seriously. There's undue delay in responding. There's non-responsiveness completely in relation to compliance notices. A compliance notice is actually a non-compliance notice. A compliance notice will generally be issued because there was a question of non-compliance. You are supposed to submit quarterly management reports, management accounts. You didn't submit complete management accounts, you will receive a compliance notice, for example. You are supposed to complete the reporting tool and make sure that the reporting tool you complete matches up to the management accounts you submit, matches up to the financial statements you submit. If there's discrepancies in that, you're likely to receive a compliance notice. Very important to treat that compliance notice no differently to how you would treat a note from SHRA saying, from SARS saying, please send us evidence supporting a refund that's due to you in relation to your tax affairs. If you don't submit records that SARS is asking you in relation to your tax affairs on time, SARS will punish you. Why? Because SARS is acting in terms of the Tax Act, as SHRA is acting in terms of the Social Housing Act. So if you receive a compliance notice from SHRA, it's almost as bad as receiving a compliance notice from, or as serious rather, as receiving a compliance notice from SARS. So what's likely to threaten the financial governance and financial sustainability of an SHI, I find, in my experience in the environment, is the threat of financial viability. You got to set rentals and peg them at a very low level. You got to try and maintain facilities, and the balance between cost and income is not there. So you're working at a net loss a lot of the time. It's important to pull yourself out of that net loss to be financially viable for the long term. And what causes this net loss is unauthorized debts being incurred, violation of accounting rules, expenditure more than revenue, misuse of reserves where you have them by paying incomes to directors and unreasonable incomes to directors, failure to collect debts in time, unauthorized sale or purchase of assets, failure to pay staff their entitlements, and failure to pay taxes can cause problems. And of course, a poor system of internal control over financial governance matters is important. It's something you must keep an eye on. This will threaten financial viability. Are there any questions on this, I think, somewhat practical slide where you can almost see some real challenges. For example, the challenge of debt collection and non-payment of tenant rentals.
There are two questions, Prof, on the chat line, and I'm going to ask Alfonso to go first, and then Sibusiso follow that soon. Alfonso?
Yeah, thank you, John. Sorry, Professor, but my question isn't directly related to the slide. But I asked, so what if an ODA does not have a board? Because it is a private company. And is it fair to treat the private companies like NPCs in terms of the governance and what is expected of them? Thank you.
Thank you for a very good question, Alfonso. Alfonso, we are not dealing today with the language, and all colleagues, of this kind of corporate governance only for a certain kind of organization. The corporate governance we're talking about here is for anything that exists in the law, any creature or institution that exists in the law. If that creature is a company, be it a for-profit company or a not-for-profit company, we're covering them all. Depending on the income levels of that company, Alfonso, depending on the number of tenants that organization is serving, and if it is for profit, you must check the Companies Act in relation to its size as a for-profit company. So the rationale of having a board of directors is not confined to a large company. A board of directors is a governing structure that exists in virtually all types of companies, unless the Companies Act makes provision for exempting that kind of company from having a board of directors. So my company, Peter Goss Pty Limited, is a one-director company, me. Of course, I don't have a board of directors. However, the law does not excuse me from exercising the good corporate governance. The Companies Act does not excuse me from exercising good corporate governance, that I behave as if there's a board and meet all the criteria in good corporate governance: accountability, compliance to laws, sustainability, submission of tax returns, preparation of financial records that are auditable. So the law does not stop that, and rather than make corporate governance about a board of directors, look at it as if your company is not forced by the Companies Act to have an active board of directors in place. Look at it that the tasks of a board of directors must be carried out. So, Alfonso, it's less structure, but form and meaning. So I'm not sure whether you're using an example of a particular company, and please feel free to share that with us, and I'll tell you whether that should have a board or not have a board. In general, the right practice is if you have 2 or more directors, board of directors is important. 2 or more directors must have a board of directors.
All right, thank you. I didn't know 2 or more directors should have a board.
Yes.
Because like you, my company is also it's also PTY, also one director currently. The reason why I asked the question is that I got the sense that even though there is a separation between an ODA and SHI, when it comes to applying for maybe a SHRA grant, there doesn't seem to be that discrepancy. So that is why I asked the question, because the way I understood it, there were less things to comply with, if I can put it that way, for an ODA as opposed to an NPC that is applying for as an SHR. So I don't know if this platform is the right one, but I'm asking it because it deals with governance and going forward, what can we do? How can we do it? Because according to you, One just needs to show that there is that corporate culture of governance.
So Alfonso, if you're providing social housing, be you an ODA, be you an NPC, be you a for-profit social housing institution, it can be many, take many forms, for example, because your business is bigger than merely the one thing, for example. Just keep this in mind. The Social Housing Act, whether you're an ODA, whether you're an NPC, whether you're a for-profit entity, whether you're a municipal entity, the Social Housing Act applies to all of you if you're in social housing. Let's clear that. Number two, if you're a company of any form, the Companies Act applies. So, Alfonso, you need to look at these two pieces of legislation. No matter what, they have nothing to do with SHRA. They do as far as them being your regulator is concerned, but you're not doing them for SHRA. You're doing them because there are two laws that create you. You function within the framework of two laws, the Companies Act and the Social Housing Act. The Social Housing Act is supported by the Social Housing Regulations. You need to get your advisor to share with you the regulations and the Act as a reference point on everything you do. So it's not a matter of goodwill that you have good corporate governance. The corporate governance is actually written into the Social Housing Act and the Social Housing Regulations. If you're a company, the corporate governance is found, as I said, substantive governance in the Companies Act and the Companies Regulations. So please, colleagues, flag that that's the Bible. Those two are your Bibles. If you're a municipal entity, add to the Municipal Act if you're not a municipal-owned company, but a municipal entity that is not a company, for example, if you are in that kind of environment. So keep in mind the law that creates you, and that's what will govern you substantively. I have shared with you best practices for good corporate governance, like a board of directors. Depending on your nature, you may be forced to have a board of directors. You need to research that, Alfonso and colleagues. John, there was another input.
Thank you.
So, Peter, I believe my question has been answered when you made emphasis on the acts which govern the social housing. So my question is answered.
Great, great. So remember, take two hands and say, I must at all times keep an eye for corporate governance on two critical things. And let's say the guy, my face here in the middle is the purpose, right? The purpose is I'm the tenant, create value, be sustainable for me. Yeah, in the middle, me, right? On the both sides of it, the right hand, right? And this is my right hand. The right hand is the law. I want to make it bigger, the law. We can't navigate the law, sadly. We must follow the law. On the left hand is the good practices for good corporate governance. Because the law sometimes doesn't tell you everything you must do. It just sets a template, says you must have in place X, Y, and Z. And now you look in best practices for how do I make the law work for me. So keep that in mind. The law, right hand, substantive governance, voluntary governance in corporate governance best practices for the guy in the middle, the lady in the middle, the stakeholder. So I'm emphasizing at the moment still the importance of financial governance. I mean, let's make it clear, colleagues. We might use lots of words around good corporate governance and value for stakeholders and tenants and other parties affected by our business, but we must keep this in mind. Money makes the world go round. We need money to run a social housing services institution. We need money to run a municipal entity, an ODA. We need money to run a cooperative. So if you don't get money right, you're certainly going to be in for a long haul, including legal liabilities because of the right hand, which we must comply with.
Prof, was Sibusiso's question dealt with?
Please repeat that to me. Sibusiso's question was, he was covered by the Social Housing Act.
Okay.
The person who commented just before I spoke after Alfonso, if it was Sibusiso, okay. I heard a voice saying
yes, it
that
was me.
He was well. Okay, thank you, Langa. So Langa, yeah, he was well covered.
Okay.
His question,
and then Puti asks, and I'm sure I'll be able to deal with that. Please advise if the ODAs are also subjected to monthly management, to submit monthly management accounts. So from a reporting point of view, Puti, the SHIs report and ODAs reports on quarterly basis, not on monthly basis. SHICs, they've got to report not only on the affairs of the project itself, but also of the institution. From ODA side of things, ODAs are required to report on the same timelines, but solely on the affairs of the project. I hope it clarifies or answers the question.
Morning, John, and morning, Peter. It's Puti here.
Hi, Puti.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. So basically, you're saying that my reporting is only on the project while it's on the building life cycle stage.
No. So that during the construction and the development stage, that's a separate issue. Okay. I'm saying the quarterly reporting that I'm talking about is when the project is operational, okay. And that reporting happens perpetually, basically. So every quarter you are expected to report on the benchmarks that includes, for example, tenanting, maintenance, and so forth and so forth.
Just for a point of clarity, because from how I understand it, those are two different reports. The approach is different from the management account. This is the day-to-day running of the business. You also want those reports to be submitted to you guys quarterly.
Not as far as I know. I could be wrong. But as far as I know, ODAs are only required to report on the affairs of the project. So the management account that relates to the project, yes. Your incomings and outgoings in terms of the finances and the financial affairs of that project needs to be reported on, as I said, on that timeline.
Thank you.
Yeah. Prof, over to you. Prof, are you still with us?
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay, cool.
Yes, forgive me. So the question that was asked is very important. This is not about submitting returns or not submitting returns. Let's go to the real meaning. The real meaning is we work, as I showed you the two hands earlier on, we work in a highly regulated environment called social housing. No matter what our legal form is, those regulations issued in terms of the Social Housing Act require what I call statutory reporting. That statutory reporting is in a prescribed format from the regulator on a quarterly basis, because the regulator will monitor your sustainability, your service delivery, the activities of your board of directors if you have a board of directors, your financial management accounts on a quarterly basis. So definitely management accounts on a quarterly basis. The regulator will review those for compliance with the law and give you feedback. And if that feedback is unhappy, it may well be a compliance notice. So to the colleague who was asking, if you're in social housing, there is no exemption for accounting for not accounting for your financial governance.
Just, Prof, just to come in there. I'm under the impression that my books are from my company, not for the next person.
Beautiful question.
Yeah.
Beautiful question, Puti, and other colleagues, just to make it about the person asking only. So, unfortunately, your books already are for SARS too, as they demand them. That's why the Companies Act says, keep your books for 7 years. Number two, if you're providing social housing, please, colleagues, look at the Social Housing Act and look at the social housing regulations. I am telling you now, indisputably, it is not somebody's preference to see your affairs. It is the law that dictates that you should provide certain data to the regulator for the regulator to monitor the affairs of the organization insofar as what the law wants the regulator to monitor. So you're not wrong that your financial records are for your own business. They become the business of someone else when you choose to operate in a highly regulated environment. So just be careful to flag, colleagues, the Social Housing Act and the social housing regulations about your duties to feed back to the regulator, SHRA, certain issues. That's where we are. But the logic that typically your company's affairs would be private to you until such time, or excepting for when a law prescribes that you must provide certain records to certain parties. Are we together? So that's where you find this obligation to provide data to SHRA. So some basic things that you must be asking in a social housing institution, for example, checking that your assets are accurately recorded in your balance sheet, making sure that your assets are well reasonably valued, making sure that your assets that you do own are well recorded, making sure your bad debts are identified and you have a writing off policy, making sure that your general ledger is well kept and your collection is in order, making sure that your liabilities have been recognized and properly accounted for, making sure that your cash position is solvent at all times. An example of the issue of my affairs are possibly mine. If your company is not a solvent one and you're operating in social housing, the law allows SHRA to apply for your insolvency. So very important to note what provisions exist in the law, because the interest here is not on the profitability of the directors alone, but also to make sure the institution stays sustainable for the long term, providing housing to people requiring social housing. And the person that makes sure that's fair is a regulator like SHRA in terms of the social housing regulations and the Social Housing Act. So the Act, for example, makes provision for various prescripts around how to manage a social housing institution. One, make sure you understand the risks on the strategic level. Make sure you set a scorecard for what you want to achieve over the short, medium, and long term. Make sure that you provide assurance and have your books audited depending on your revenue levels for a social housing institution. For example, the Companies Act will create provision for a certain size of entity not to have audited financial statements. However, the Social Housing Act calls for audited financial statements if you're involved in the social housing environment. So yeah, we're not talking about SHRA's preference in all our slides today about corporate governance. It's not SHRA's preference. It is the dictates of law. The Act, Social Housing Act, and the Social Housing Institution. Social housing regulations, pardon me. So there are various issues. So let's follow this, for example, to remind you where this comes from. Section 15 of the Social Housing Act goes to talk about how to manage a social housing institution. very hands-on. Within 90 days of accreditation, you should prepare a corporate governance policy that talks to risk management, internal control and auditing, requirements aligned to regulations, and any aspect prescribed in the law. These are legal imperatives that are beyond the desire of a particular group overseeing your work as social housing institutions, but really dictates of the law that even if that institution like SHRA did not make sure this happened, SHRA themselves would be falling foul of the law if they didn't oversee the work of a social housing institution. So there we go. So reporting to by SHIs. If you're accredited as an SHI, doesn't matter what your form is, if you're accredited as an SHI, you must report to the regulatory authority certain matters in intervals prescribed by the regulations and the Act. You must report annually within 3 months of the financial year end with your financial statements. You must provide certain documentation prescribed by the law. If the social housing institution asks you for the affairs of that institution, the social housing regulator asks you for the affairs of that institution, and that request is permissible in the law, you would be pure folly. It would be pure folly not to comply with that request. You might find yourself on the wrong side of a compliance notice. You must comply with certain legislation relating to promotion of access to information. You must keep business records. So various things on how some best practices here that you could consider that outline good corporate governance issues, like if you have a board, how it should be composed, how long it should serve, what its roles and responsibilities are, how it should be transparent, how it should run meetings, how it should make sure there's delegation of authority from the board to management, etc. If you're a company and a social housing institution, you need to also make sure that your directors are not delinquent directors, directors who are forbidden by the law from being directors. And in fact, if they are delinquent by virtue of their ongoing conduct, they may be taken on, for example, by interested parties to have them declared as delinquent directors. So important to highlight something I'd like to debate with you for a moment. We all think that our companies are our companies. So my company is Peter Goss Pty Limited, and no one can tell me, perhaps I could have the attitude, no one can tell me what I can do with Peter Goss Pty Limited. I am the sole owner and the executive director of Peter Goss Pty Ltd. Let's debate that. Let's debate whether or not, as the sole director of a company, I have no duty to another party, because the affairs of my company are my affairs. Are the affairs of my company my affairs and my affairs only?
Doesn't it depend on what you do?
Let's talk. Let's say I provide social housing. How about we talk about where we are now? Let's say I provide social housing. My affairs of my company, NPC or for-profit company, are my affairs is my position. I'm the sole director. Don't ask me about what's in my company. It's none of your business. What do you think of that? Yeah.
That would be wrong, because if you're an SHI and you have received public funds, then obviously you are accountable to the public, to the government, per se.
Beautiful. It's so critical that we get that impression and understand that. We choose a particular audience in which we want to operate our businesses. So XYZ Pty Limited in social housing has unfortunately, or fortunately for them if they're doing well, signed up to comply with the Social Housing Act and social housing regulations. Suddenly you'll find you're forced to share the affairs of your company with a third party called a regulator. But let's go back to another model. Let's say you're a totally private company, not in social housing like me. Are the affairs of my company mine alone? I'm a private company. Doesn't matter what I do. Once I'm a private company, it's settled. So are my affairs of my company mine alone as the sole director?
Yes, as long as you're not doing anything illegitimate.
Beautiful. You've just put a caveat in there. As long as you're not doing anything illegitimate. So guess what? If I do one or two illegitimate things, who will punish me? I can't punish myself. It's my company. Who will punish me?
Well,
thank you. Something, you're right, you got the right angle. There's something in the law, ne, Puti? What is that something in the law? Guess what? I started by saying company. So PG Pty Limited is a company. Guess what? The Companies Act is how it came to exist. Guess what? The Companies Act, I want to make this clear to all of us now. Please follow me. PG Pty Limited is a creature of the law. I can be convicted for committing fraud against a company called Peter Goss Pty Limited, my own company. Do you understand? You are not existing in a vacuum. You exist in a bigger picture. And PG Pty Limited has a life when I'm dead. In fact, while I'm alive, it has a life of its own. It just can't breathe.
So that is what the law refers to as the two juristic persons.
Thank you. My company, Peter Goss Pty Limited, is a juristic person. Let me caution you all. I make sure to sign all correspondence from my company when I sign as the managing director. I make sure to write the following words in my signature. For and on behalf of Peter Goss Pty Limited, I want anyone who reads my correspondence to know Peter Goss, the person, is not signing there. Rather, Peter Goss, the representatives of a company, is signing there. If you want to sue for this letter, you cannot sue Peter Goss, but you can sue the company. Are you following, guys?
Thanks for the tip.
As a juristic person.
Yes, the thing exists. So what I do is I make sure, let me tell you now, if something happens to me, nobody can just walk into Peter Goss Pty Limited and take all its assets. The law has protected that creature. You follow? So there's downside and an upside. The upside is the law says you can't go beating about any company you want to. The company is the king. We think that Peter Goss, John Smith, Brian Green, that's the king because he's the sole director and founder. The king is the company. The law creates the company before the person. Are you following, guys? So watch out for the tone that my company is me. Your company is not you if you're a sole director too. Your company is a creature of law, accountable in law, with or without you. Protect that thing and protect yourself from it. I don't want anybody going after my house because my company is failing. That's why I put that clause in my signature. They are dealing with my company. They can try and sue me. My defense is going to be deal with the company, guys. Not my company, the company. Deal with the company. Are you following? So it's nice to say my company, but it's also you're looking for trouble. You're looking for trouble if you don't allow that separation. The law demands that separation between the directors and the company. I am acting in everything I do is for Peter Goss Pty Limited, not for me. I must do that maturely, so much so that I can be charged for defrauding Peter Goss Pty Limited for misstating the financial statements. Okay, guys.
Um,
Somebody asked here, why did you name your company with your own name? Ahmad, you know, this is an interesting question I get about why I named my company with my own name. But I find it fascinating that when there's a company called Ernst & Young, nobody asked that question. When there's a company called Edward Nathan Sonnenberg, the question of why you named your company in your own name doesn't count. But when Peter Goss names his company in his own name, it's a question. I hope I've answered you, Ahmad. It should not be a question. Why not? Those brands revolve around their names. My brand revolves around my name. I won't call it XYZ Consulting because my name has somewhat of an established positioning. So why not use my name?
Peter?
Yes, Puti.
I want to ask to discuss something right here. We like, just like when we exposed, we acknowledge that a company is a legal person on its own, right? So now what I want to understand is that why, when I actually go to the bank and apply for a loan, my personal credit score affects the credit score of the legal person, the legal entity that is on its own.
It's so good you ask these practical questions. Keep it up, guys. I right now, Puti, right now I'm having personally the same dilemma. And the reason for it, Puti, is that the bank will look for the viability of the person and where their income comes from. And for you and I, who are sole directors, the only place where, often the place where our income originates is the company. So the bank wants to see whether the company is viable and can pay you the salary you say you're getting. So it's normal. The bank will ask, if you're a sole proprietor, a sole owner, a sole director, a founding director, the bank will ask, when you say, here's my payslip, and they see the letterhead reflecting something in which you're a director, the bank will want to see that thing's financial statements too. So it's not unusual, Puti. I'm having the same dilemma right now. I'm buying a property at the moment, and the bank is asking me for my business records because they want to prove that the thing that pays me is viable so they can fund me. You say no, they won't fund you. That's where it comes from.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. So it's important to be fit and proper as a director, my colleagues. Not to be declared insolvent, not to have your estate declared insolvent, not to have been committed of an offense involving dishonesty and fraud and theft, and that you're not facing prosecution for a matter. So there are two types of law in simple terms. There's what we call the common law that originates over time, and there's law written into statutes, like the Companies Act is a statute. The Social Housing Act is a statute. The regulations to the Social Housing Act are regulations supporting a statute. So you get common law and you get statutory law. And the common law requires that you act in good faith. Listen to this. Listen, you see my cursor here. You act in good faith for a proper purpose defined in the law. Look at this. Puti and I, who might be sole directors, must act in the best interest of the company at all times, not in Peter's interest. In the best interest of the company first and foremost. So as a director of a company, the king is the company. Please, colleagues, don't get confused. Schabir Shaik was convicted of various offenses. And it was in relation to offenses committed in his own company, Nkobi Holdings. There's your answer. How does a director get convicted in relation to statutory fraud based on the conduct of his own company? Yep, the law says it can be done. So you're expected as a director, in terms of the Companies Act, if you own a company, you are a director. The director's duties are recorded in the Companies Act that you must comply with. And you must comply with those directors' duties, even if it's your own company, because they're intended to protect you, the company, from you. They're intended for the company to last beyond you. Because you form contracts, you form relationships that affect, the company forms relationships that affect people while you're alive or even when you're no longer here. So the company is the one ultimately contracting. Important to make sure that you avoid your personal interests. It's very difficult when you're sole director between your personal interests and the interests of the company. There's where your accountant can protect you from yourself. You're saying, it's my company, I'll transfer money to and fro to my personal account as and when I wish. You're infringing on the Companies Act. If it's not within the confines of the good governance practices around how to look after the financial resources of that company, how to account for those financial resources of the company. You're at a loss, the company is not profit making, you decide to transfer 100,000 Rand to yourself of the first payment received from a supplier, and that payment should go towards funding the interest of your customers, for example, social housing beneficiaries. You're looking for trouble. You're looking for trouble. So very important, colleagues, to apply these items in relation to the company first and foremost, and orientate your mind to protect yourself, not to fall with the company. Yes, they can sue you with the company, but you can defend yourself by saying, no, I was acting for the company, not for me. So if your bank statement starts to show that you're always acting for you, of course, somebody can argue in law that your company is merely something you're abusing for personal benefit. Then they'll try and separate you from the company or combine you with the company. What you want is to stay separated from the company. So in all your activities for the company, act objectively for the company, use judgment objectively for the company, use judgment for those the company must benefit. And don't try and use the judgment only to say, well, how much can I pay myself? So the law also sets out these behaviors in which you behave in an independent fashion in relation to your company. And there are many things in these slides that talk about what is independence in relation to a company. I just put that out there because it's very important in these times of people getting accused of conflict of interest and of corrupt conduct, that we understand conflict of interest and corruption issues. Conflict of interest is you can't serve two masters. On the one hand, make sure that what you do for the company is acting in the best interest of the company. Critical. Not you as the company as a creature of law. Various guidelines for you around independence that you can read at your leisure. So, in the Companies Act, there's a provision where a director can be declared delinquent. Colleagues, I tell you now, if you look at the SAA debacle and how Dudu Myeni was found to be a delinquent director, that application was made by the employee unions and civil society. I submit to you that if you become somewhat insolvent, I believe there's an argument for your tenants applying for the company's insolvency. Let's debate that. I believe that your tenants could apply to have your company declared insolvent. Look at that. You think you're all powerful as an owner of the company like me and you, but guess what? Somebody else can apply for your company to be declared insolvent and for you to be declared a delinquent director. And we believe we are everything in our companies. Over to you. Any inputs? Salome, I see you had a question. Why does the bank not separate the company and the owner when looking for a loan? Because as I said earlier on, I hope you picked it up, because the owner tends to present the company, his records, and it's clear to the bank that your income is only from one company and it's your company. So the bank wants to see the records of the company to make sure the company can keep paying you for the time that the bank believes you must pay back the loan. A bank will not give you money if they see that your company is not sustainable, doesn't have the money to pay you to pay the loan. So it's because one isn't separating oneself from the company. The thing to think about doing there is rather make your pay slip come from your accountant. As an example, the bank won't always fall for it, but it is one solution, is to make sure that your pay slip is not all, everything is not all in your name, and it becomes clear there's no separation between you and the company. The bank will always ask for collateral for giving somebody a loan. The bank will always want assurance that where you got the money from is a safe place. And if you're getting the money from your own company, the bank wants to be sure the company is sustainable. Sheikh Ahmad, I hope you got the answer also to why did I name my company after my own name? I'm like, why not? So, the company, you realize that your company itself can apply for you to be declared delinquent. Let's say you had a board of directors of your own company. The board of directors can apply for you as the director, as a director, to be delinquent if you didn't behave in line with the Companies Act, colleagues. A shareholder who you gave shares to, not a directorship, you just gave them shares. They can apply for you to be declared delinquent, the guy you offered shares in your company. If you have a company secretary, if you have an accountant, prescribed officer, if you have a trade union operating or representatives of your employees, so your employees can apply for you to be declared delinquent. Heads up, knock, knock, are you there? Your employees can apply for you to be declared delinquent as a director, my colleagues. This thing is serious. The company is not me and you. Any inputs, any comments about this difficult one?
As a person learning of these things for the first time, it's very interesting, I must say. I'm learning a lot about it.
Good show, Hanno. Thank you so much. And the intention today is not to preach to you the law as such, but I think it always comes back to that. While we say good corporate governance, at the end of the day, it finds its origin. Good corporate governance originates in something that makes a company. And that something that makes a company is a law. So you will find the rules of the founding of a company, for the operating of a company, for the accounting in a company, for the regulation of a company in the law, unfortunately, for all of us. So you can be disqualified from being a director of a company, even your own company, if a court prohibits you from being a director. If you are unrehabilitated insolvent, if in any law you are prohibited from being a director, if you have been removed from a position of trust on the grounds of misconduct. So that's as simple as it is. Be careful that we are in the firing line as owners of companies in terms of the law that exists that governs the affairs of companies. So again, I repeat, you are supposed to apply business judgment in running your company. Just want to check the comments. I see there's some inputs, chats. Does it matter? I'm just following the questions, pardon me. Does it matter if the criminal offense or fine was for a minor or incident like speeding? No, no. It will not affect you for those petty crimes like speeding, for example. Does the application for delinquency only depend on financial mismanagement, or can it also be when a director does not meet strategic objectives? Unlikely for strategic objectives. It'll be in relation to a lot of other governance issues, but not just financial, Ronald. You can get into trouble for delinquency for merely not submitting appropriate returns to various parties that the company should submit. For example, if you're forced to submit annual financial statements, you might find yourself on the wrong end of the law. If you, for example, engage with a conflict of interest, you might find yourself on the wrong end of the law. So it's very broad, the number of issues. It need not be financial. If one is a shareholder of an NPO, not an NPO director, and the company is a preferred developer for the is there conflict of interest in declaring upfront? Let's talk about conflict of interest. If we could maybe get more clarity about the question on shareholder, NPO director, and conflict of interest. Somebody's raised the question. Makanya, are you willing to share with us some practical example? So we have a question here. If you're a shareholder, yes.
Hello.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm referring to the NPO, which is a social housing institute, and you happen to be a director and you sit on that board of the SHI.
Right.
And then on the other hand, the company that is developing the projects, it is a company where you also hold shares. Should you declare that upfront, or there is clear conflict?
Nhlanhla, I like this question. Declaration and conflict. Let's start with the first point you made, declaration. Colleagues, declaration does not solve the problem. Declaration merely is transparency. So there is a perception around conflicts of interest that if I declare the conflict, I'm in the good. People have been known to declare the conflict and still be charged for corruption. The trick with declaration is more a term called recusal. There's a duty in the Companies Act to recuse yourself after declaring your interest about a matter that's being considered by the company. So if you have a vested interest in a contractual matter affecting the company, and in some way you've declared it to your fellow directors, be very careful that the Companies Act goes so far as to say you should recuse yourself from future decision-making process about that matter in relation to which you declared. Now, Nhlanhla's one is a separate entity. But in that entity, if, for example, Nhlanhla is a director of that entity and the conflict relates to that entity, Nhlanhla must at all times keep the other directors informed of his conflict. And he must remove himself if that's a company, NPO, not-for-profit organization, which is a company, if it's an NPC, he must remove himself from engagements about that matter. The mere declaration is not enough, colleagues. Declaration cannot be enough. Think of it logically. Declaration means tell someone, tell the others. You must remove yourself from the process for the declaration to be effective. I hope that helps.
Thank you, it does.
Thanks, thanks. So this is all issues around business judgment and a very important term called fiduciary duties. We directors have what we call fiduciary duties, the duty to act with due care, with the due skill commensurate with our backgrounds, and with the due diligence commensurate with the diligence of a competent director. The court, however, when I say competent director, the court's not going to assess if there was ever a litigation matter. Courts will not measure us against, I must now be an expert in finance if I own a company. I must now be an expert in everything about the tax laws if I own a company. I must be an expert on, no, the court doesn't expect that. The court expects you to apply the business judgment in running that business, commensurate with what is required for that business, or for you to bring in someone to fill the gaps that you don't have. But you cannot plead ignorance if something goes wrong with the financial management of your company and say, no, I'm not the expert in finance. I have a lot of guys say to me when I do some of my forensic work too, I also do forensic work. I catch crooks sometimes in my sleep. And a lot of the time they'll say to me, but I'm not an accountant, and my accounting clerk was keeping the records and I didn't know what she was doing. Let me tell you something. If that accounting clerk commits fraud in your company and you should have uncovered that fraud and you did not uncover that fraud, you will be prosecuted. You can be prosecuted. This alibi of no, my accountant did it is a very shallow alibi. You are supposed to understand enough to understand money comes in, money goes out, where it goes and how it goes, under what contract. You can't say, I had an accountant. You won't get away with my forensic audit. So enter the other side of corporate governance, what we call the soft corporate governance. So it's been very hard all along in that I was sharing with you the law on corporate governance. It's also important then to adhere to good practices of corporate governance. And one of those, sometimes the law is vague. And you may find that the courts will consider other recognized instruments in the absence of absolute clarity in the law. So when the law is not absolutely clear, the court will rely on the best practices to assess your conduct. And those are recorded in various instruments. And in South African context, the instrument that's most popular is one called King IV. I don't like to tout this King IV to your kind of forum because it's very far-reaching in the number of what we call practices it wants you to implement in running a company. But to a large extent, it gives some outlines that we can draw from for the purposes of running our smaller companies. Being ethical in the conduct of our business. Making sure we have some kind of orderly strategic framework for the company. Behaving in a responsible fashion in running our company. Making sure our companies are sustainable. And if we are a stakeholder-based entity like a social housing institution, we actually have a duty to create value for stakeholders, not just the shareholders. Any questions on this one about creating value for stakeholders? Any challenges for it? Any answers? Any comments? Somebody asked, when will we finish? I think by around between 3 hours and 3.5 hours tops. So I think we could be done here. Best case about midday. We scheduled to finish at 1, but I think we'll definitely finish long before 1. That's for sure. Best 12 o'clock. Otherwise, we will finish as scheduled long before 1. Here's when we plan to finish at worst. But I think around 12, let's see how it goes. So we're expected to act responsibly with accountability, to be fair, and to be transparent insofar as what the law forces us to be transparent. You're actually sharing the intimate details of your company in the audited financial statements. You've got your answer. I see a comment about the timing of today, and you've got that now. Okay. So let's talk about responsibility. Responsibility is what we were talking about all morning. To use the authority, responsibility given to us, to do it competently as the law obliges, the power and authority given to us in the law. Accountability is to know that there are repercussions for abusing that responsibility. To be fair, treat all our stakeholders, employees, customers, suppliers, and if you're working in the public official space, make sure that you treat them equitably and making sure to balance their rights with your rights in achieving an outcome that benefits all. When you present information about the company, open, timely, factual communication to those who have a right to know. You will find, no matter what business you're in, that there are parties interested in your affairs outside of your own control. So, the key elements of the corporate governance framework in the South African context, in the voluntary context, is good leadership, ethical leadership, and corporate citizenship. In other words, taking care of the interests of more than just the shareholders. Performing against a strategy and reporting about that performance, having the right governance structures in place, having the appropriate delegation of authority in place, covering certain governance functional items, and making sure to look after stakeholders. Anything missing for you in this? Any clarity required for you in the elements that make up good corporate governance in practice, colleagues? So let's take stock before we move forward with this. Can I get a summation from you as to how do you now see corporate governance to this point? What is your own words? Don't worry, use your own words. What do you see as corporate governance in your own words?
It's basically the corporate culture that you instill to be ethical and to be accountable and responsible, and to try and create an environment that is mutually beneficial to all stakeholders.
Alfonso, you want my job? I'm not sharing my fees. Thank you. That was absolutely good. Any other thoughts? Colleagues?
I think operating towards sustainability, looking not only at people, but also operating in terms of law, and not only in terms of law, but also in terms of, fairness and, yeah.
Well summed, Hanno. Well summed. Any other inputs, colleagues, about how do you interpret, what has been an eye-opener for you this morning so far about corporate governance? Your own perception? Yes.
For me, it's the corporate veil that it could be pierced through. We always believe that if you have a company, then you're safe, but you're not safe if you don't have proper governance in place to ensure that you're protected at all times.
Beautiful. There is that term, Nhlanhla, you're so right, called the corporate veil. Now, watch out for this word that Nhlanhla put forward now, the corporate veil, the veil over somebody who goes to church or puts over their head to go to a funeral, for example. Be careful of the corporate veil. When I said to you, I sign all correspondence for Peter Goss Pty Limited, under my signature, I write, for and on behalf of Peter Goss Pty Limited. I sign as managing director, but I sign as for and on behalf of Peter Goss Pty Limited. I'm the director who is managing the business. Why do I write for and on behalf of Peter Goss Pty Limited? Because I'm telling the reader, you must beat that clause to pierce the corporate veil. Those words are my corporate veil. The veil that says, you see this letter signed like this. You are not dealing with that person. You are dealing with the representatives of a thing, the company. So that person will have difficulty piercing the corporate veil. You pierce the corporate veil when you are able to take on the person representing the company. You follow? That's what we call the corporate veil, is when you can remove for and on behalf of Peter Goss and say that Peter Goss and the company are inseparable, and you make them one, you've removed the corporate veil. Keep the corporate veil, colleagues. The law, the courts recognize that there should be a corporate veil between the company and the people, the directors. There's a corporate veil between the company and its directors inherent in the common law. Keep it. It is the spirit of the company's laws. Any other views? Thank you, Nhlanhla. Any other lessons learned this morning? Any refreshing thoughts this morning? I like asking this question because it kind of gets you to share with the audience words that are closer to the language of a doer. People, you are doing your work every day. You are running your companies every day. You are delivering social housing every day. It's very important that we get this put through in your own words sometime, and this is the opportunity.
Peter, sorry for interrupting. If the company is small, and what advice would you give if the person wants to put that corporate governance structure in place, but it's still growing? So where do you start first and where do you end up?
Alfonso, it's actually, you have the answer. You have the answer. And I don't want my engagement with you today, guys, to feel as if there's this Rolls Royce that you must have in place. And I like the way Alfonso's asking, where do I start getting this going? Alfonso, the Companies Act gives you everything you want. And if you're working with the social housing framework, the regulations and the law, you will see all these elements that must be in place for a company, not in these words that are put out here, which are multiple words. You will see it in the context of, you must have in place appropriate financial accounting. You must have in place a board of directors depending on your size. You must make sure that conflicts of interest are disclosed. You must make sure that you have a strategic outlook that considers the sustainability of the company. So there's no tick list, Alfonso, and we can talk offline about it. It's not a tick list. It is already given to you in the Companies Act if you're a company, and in the Social Housing Act if you must be compliant to operate in this environment. So the actual tick list is actually available in the regulations and the Companies Act, to the Companies Act and the Companies Act, to the Social Housing Act and the regulations. It's a good place to start. Start with the law.
Thank you.
And I think that many of us battle with that. We do the bare minimum and we could hurt ourselves. We battle with that. For example, I don't think it's groundbreaking, but I can feel that we'll feel it's groundbreaking that one is saying, you are not your company. Your company belongs in the context of, once you register a company, you immediately start to seize or let go of ownership of that company once you have registered the company. It becomes an autonomous juristic person created by the law, accountable to the law. That's a very important principle. So Alfonso, I think if you go to the Companies Act and you look at these governance, you'll find these governance guidelines in the Companies Act, not as functional as I've given you today, but you certainly can start with getting your financial governance in place, your systems in place, a board if you indeed have more than 2 directors in place, and you're on your way to getting the right corporate governance in place. Write a code of ethics for your staff, for example. Make sure you have a written delegation of authority. Who's authorized to do what? And I'm not talking about an elaborate policy framework. A delegation for a small company like yours can be as little as half a page. In my company, I sign or my general manager signs, full stop. write down the policy. In my company, I give bonuses. Guess what? I consider that in line with a little two-liner. My accountant keeps me honest, and my accountant says, if we have margins of this amount, profits, then we can pay a bonus. Failing which, we don't pay a bonus. So I get somebody external also to help me, and accountants are very good at this. Forging ahead, colleagues. Now, these are the ethical leadership characteristics of a good director. To behave with integrity at all times, to show the competency necessary to run that company or to be a director of that company. And we said responsibility, accountability, fairness, and due transparency where called upon. This arises from the most common instrument in South Africa for functional, practical corporate governance called the King IV Code on Corporate Governance, released in 2016. And I thought to take you through this then, Alfonso and others, where you can see some practical guidelines that will emerge from these slides. Calling for leadership, ethics, and corporate citizenship, making sure to have some sort of strategic outline and reporting framework, having the right governance structures, delegations, governance functional areas like good internal controls, and setting out a little framework for your interaction with stakeholders. Somebody gave a definition also of corporate governance, being responsible as in a corporate way, being legally understanding the law as much as you should, and having a social inclination that builds value for stakeholders. Thank you, Ronald. So breaking down each of those that we had in the previous slide, breaking down this one, leadership, ethics, and corporate citizenship. It means you must lead ethically, develop a culture that runs the business in an ethical fashion, and be a responsible corporate citizen. You see, the company is a corporate citizen. It has the look at face value of a person, except it doesn't breathe. So we refer to it as a corporate citizen, the company. So make sure to outline, to understand the risk. Don't let COVID come and destroy you. Make sure you understand the risks inherent in your business. Make sure you understand the opportunities. And I want to emphasize something about risk and opportunity. I am not a fan as a businessman of the view that we run a company and we must control risk as a starting point. Yes, we must mitigate risks, but we must not allow people who aren't business people to make us not take risk. You cannot say you're in business if you did not take a risk. The day you woke up and said, I am registering a company to run a function, you took risk. So to me, good business is about taking risk. Let's debate that. To me, I submit to you, good business is about taking risk. And I'm saying to you, it's even good corporate governance to run a business by taking responsible risk. Talk to me. Who was sure when they start? Yes, Ntata.
I totally agree with you. Most people, we tend to invite people into our governance who are very much risk averse, and they will then obviously delay us in terms of our progress and what we're aiming to achieve as entrepreneurs. However, you need someone always who's going to be that voice on your behalf when you are perhaps chatting a wrong way.
Absolutely, Nhlanhla, absolutely. I worry, and that's why I try not to be that corporate governance expert that talks purely from the law and purely from so-called best practice. But if you're following the right international best practices, you will find they too say business is in the business of taking risk. Nobody started a business ever without putting out some kind of investment. And that is the risk taking. You got no assurance the day you start that you'll get something back. The mere creation of our companies is taking a risk. So why would someone block all the risk taking later on? All we need to do is take balanced risk, not reckless risk. And when the risk is high, to put in measures to mitigate the higher risk issues. But of course, we're not allowed to take reckless risk. So entrepreneurial companies can sometimes be prone to taking risk recklessly. That's dangerous. Be careful. But we're allowed to take balanced risk because it's the very nature of business to take risk. So important here for you is the area of governance structures and delegation. Most of us underestimate the value of documenting who has what authority in our company. Because more often than not, we tend to have individuals leading the company. And sadly, in that absence of that individual, often the company gets paralyzed. Be careful not to end up running that kind of company. Make sure that you share the authority. Of course, you can have oversight mechanisms that nobody abuses that authority, but to over-centralize authority in one person is irresponsible. Because if you're not there, who will pay employees? Who will deliver social housing? Who will make sure customers are happy? So you must share the authority. You must share power in running a company. And of course, in sharing that power, you want to make sure that there are criteria in place for the measurement of how others will exercise that power. We call that performance evaluation. Other governance functional areas are risk, as I said to you, making sure you have the right information systems and technology systems, making sure you have a compliance system to follow the laws, make sure you have a fair remuneration system. Don't wake up in the morning and just pay yourself cash because there's cash in bank. And make sure you have appropriate auditing assurance system in place. And make sure to be covering your stakeholders as you go about delivering in a stakeholder intense environment such as the social housing environment is. Let me ask you a question now. If stakeholders are the end game, and I'm not saying to you what must and mustn't be done, I'm asking you a question, please. And if our number one stakeholder is our tenant, what about the logic of having tenants represented on your board of directors? How can you meet the needs of a stakeholder if the stakeholder is not on the inside, let's call it, at least at a high-end governance level? No, I'm not saying you must do that. I'm asking a question, please don't fret. I'm just saying a shareholder of a company will tend to have a director on the board, depending on the type of company. Why not a stakeholder on the board?
Can that not be a bit disastrous for a smaller SHI, especially if the person which is representing the stakeholder, tend to be more populist?
Yes, very good question. We're just having a debate, please. Nobody's saying we must do it. I'm saying it's something to think about. How would you understand stakeholder needs if they weren't on the inside? And I said earlier on, you may want to ponder the idea of a tenant forum. It might help give structure to how you take care of tenant affairs. I know this environment is highly charged, especially with the social housing nature of it and the income gap between those stakeholders and normal housing, let's call it, if there was something called normal housing. I understand. Any other views on this stakeholder? How do you keep stakeholders involved as an SHI then? How do you keep them involved, understanding what you're trying to do for them and balancing out their conflict, wanting too much? Or share some experiences, please. Anybody have a tenant forum? There was somebody going to speak. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, well, that's me. I was saying that there should be a department allocated to client services to handle all the affairs of your tenants, and ensure that all those affairs are being reported straight up to the board. If there is no stakeholder person representing tenants in the board, but the department should be set, directed at governing and to ensure that customer service is above all. Yes.
And I find many people steer clear of confronting this matter. No, normally they'll say customer is king. It fascinates me how you don't invite the king around the table. Ahmad, why don't you invite the king around the table? If the customer is king, why don't you invite the king around the table?
Peter?
Yes, Puti.
The king is temporarily there. That's why I'm not inviting the king to come to the table. Because they could be here for a year and next year they would be gone. So it's not a viable investment to have the king to be at the table.
Okay.
That's how I see it.
That's how you see it. Okay.
I totally disagree. Not that we're arguing, but I think that the king is forever there, because without the king, how are you going to survive in the land?
Yeah, interesting point. Well, I'm just working on the analogy. I think this is a good debate. I'm working on the analogy. We always say the customer is king. Am I right? We've all heard that, isn't it? It fascinates me. Maleboheng?
I think that if you are going to have multiple developments, are you then gonna add a tenant from each development to be part of your board? I think that it's a bit unreasonable.
Okay, okay. And somebody makes a very, very, very frank comment here. The caliber of the king is a challenge. Very important point when you consider these matters is you can't start by causing problems for yourself by inviting unconstructive people to your party. Very good point. Very good point. And the solution is also given for it, saying perhaps we need to train our tenants more about what exactly we are. I mean, I'll tell you now, I recently looked into a matter where the tenants were not sure who they're dealing with. So let's put an example. One of the colleagues who spoke here, his tenants don't know who he is in his SHI. I'm telling you. The tenants think Shra owns the SHI. So real breakdown in communication. So guess what? When they have problems, they run to Shra. They don't come to you. The tenants don't know who is the person to deal with as a SHI. They think it's Shra. Any other views about the customer is king and why is the king not closer? Why don't we bring the king closer? Somebody said the caliber of the king is a concern sometimes.
Well, I guess it's not about bringing every customer closer. It's about allocating a resource that is going to deal with customers at all time, the customer's interest.
Beautiful, practical solution. Have a customer relationship person. Absolutely. That would help a lot. So the idea that of debate, the metaphor debate was, why don't you bring the king closer? Well, that doesn't mean put the king on the board of directors. It can just mean making sure that you have a customer service framework and a champion looking after customer service issues. And you will give the king the sense that you care about the king. But don't use lip service and say, the customer is king, but the customer doesn't even know who you are. And somebody else said there are safer ways of bringing tenants on board. Very good idea. Other than putting them on the board of directors, for example, a tenant focus group. Absolutely. Because as at one point was made, perhaps some people aren't ready to be in leadership structures. So as not to obstruct your business, have them in a tenant focus group or do surveys of tenants, for example.
So, Peter, would
Yes.
you say that this would help mitigate the tension where the tenants might feel that they need to protest and cause extensive damage to the SHI and the property?
So let's give you an example, colleagues. Let's take a highly unionized environment, highly unionized, like mining was, like your parastatals are now, the government parastatal state-owned companies, very highly unionized. Do you think you'll solve your problems by simply turning away and avoiding the unions who represent the customer, one of the biggest role players, sorry, the employees? Do you think that ignoring trade unions will solve your problem? Knowing that they will toy for higher salaries year on year, even if you're not making profits, they want a salary increase, they want a bonus. Do you think that just simply ignoring them solves the problem?
No.
Absolutely. So you've got to find a way to bring your key stakeholders closer to you and keep them in the picture. Silence leads to problems. That's what the message should be. Communicate, communicate, over communicate. It's critical. It's critical, or you will lose control and end up with the unrest in one area that I'm looking at now for sure, in which tenants who have got nothing, tenant bodies who have got nothing to do with the residents I'm looking at, are now coming to toy at the SHI in which they have no interest at all. So it's becoming a community unrest matter. And the tenants in this institution are being dragged into a community unrest issue, a bigger issue than is this SHI's affairs at all. Because communication could be better. Think about it. That's all I wanted to leave you with. So some step-by-step guidance for you for your SHI. A board is a very important structure for you in the corporate governance of your SHI. You're dealing with matters and you will have blind spots. And if you're running it as a one-man show, you will have blind spots. John, remind me about the prescript on the board of directors for an SHI. What is the rule on having a board of directors? The one I'm dealing with now, as long as you have more than 2 directors, there should be a board of directors in the Companies Act I'm talking about.
Generally, best practice within the sector that I've seen, in terms of, for example, the composition of the board, if that's what you're asking, Prof. We see that the SHIs would have from as little as 3, 4, up to even 7 and above, slightly above, in terms of the number of board members. Quite critical in that composition is the skill set, and I see you have it in the second bullet point. You can see that there are certain non-negotiable skill sets that your board members must bring to the table. Property development and management is one of those. Financial management is another. And generally also I think an area around community development, community mobilization becomes one of the value add when we have that kind of a skill set in the board. I'm not answering the question.
Well, you answered the question that in the main, SHIs have a board of directors. So colleagues, I think it's something you want to think about is to make sure you have a well-composed board of directors that covers the skill sets you need to oversee and monitor your activities to help you to move forward constructively. So if you have a board, I think it's very important to keep in mind, you want a competent board that's committed, that will work as a collective unit, that will respond to changes in the environment, that have a good chairperson, and that look beyond only financial governance issues. Look at the business's sustainability as a whole. So first of all, the key task here to consider is establish a board, make sure that you transition into that situation and make sure you have continuity should somebody leave that board, define the terms of reference for that board, what you want it to do in line with the law, and to set out the main purpose of that board. The board's typical main purpose is to help to establish the SHI and to ensure that stakeholders are aligned to that establishment. And you understand as a board what their needs are. And by stakeholders now, SHRA is a stakeholder. Your suppliers are stakeholders. Your employees are stakeholders. Today, I've perhaps put a very strong emphasis on tenants. No, your stakeholders are tenants plus, not tenants only. Your investors are stakeholders. So make sure that you consider whether or not, if you're big enough to have subcommittees of that board, but I don't think it's necessary if it's a very small board, set the overall policy objectives for the organization and have the board approve the policies. Make sure that the CEOs involved with the board process as an ex officio director of the board. Make sure the CEO is a director on the board. Set salary levels and approve them in advance so that salaries of leadership of the executive of the CEO don't change regularly. Approve the budget at the board level and manage fundraising through the board. Consider also whether an AGM would be a critical an important element for you to notify stakeholders at that annual general meeting of progress with the SHI. What I've noticed is one of the biggest challenges, Maleboheng, in the SHI environment, one of the biggest challenges is the lack of communication or poor communication. Maleboheng?
Yes.
Yeah, I was asking about your view on communication and the quality of communication in this environment.
Communication within the board or with all stakeholders?
With stakeholders.
Well, I think that communication with stakeholders will be the same as communication with your tenants. You just need to find a way to have maybe a special department or a special person who will just send out emails and so forth. But it's very important, a communication between stakeholders.
Absolutely. So the practical suggestion is you don't have to always create a structure for something to happen. What you got to make sure is that that thing is done. So if you say, I need to communicate with my various stakeholders about different things to each stakeholder environment, then make sure you have that done in a structured manner and obviously communication in writing. That's practically what we're saying. So at no stage are we saying, create an elaborate scheme of corporate governance structures. No. There is one indispensable structure, the management of the SHI, and right alongside that, the governance of the SHI through a board. Very important. Can anybody share with us how they're running their board, please? Maleboheng, can I pick on you again? You shared something very interesting earlier on. It sounded like you were part of a bigger enterprise that had a board of directors in place in the SHI environment.
No, I'm not. I'm yet to apply as an SHI.
Oh, okay. So it was hypothetical when you were saying having people on the different boards.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody running with a board right now and any good practices to share with us? A board in SHI? Nhlanhla? Anybody running with a board currently in an SHI, leveraging the value of a board of directors and to share what the value is? Shy. So important if you have a board, settle how often the board will meet, preferably on a quarterly basis. So just 4 times a year. Settle how you will notify people about those meetings. We normally write these things in what we call a board charter document, a board charter. We write who's on the board, how they'll be appointed, how they'll meet, how people will be notified of meetings, how they'll get documentation for those meetings, how the board will report to the stakeholders or shareholders, how often this reporting will occur, how the board's relationship with management will take place. In other words, the board should not take over management, how often the board will interact with management. If you're going to have an AGM, how often you'll have, when you will have that AGM, 6 months after year end, 3 months after year end, whatever is feasible. What the board will look at in terms of financial governance, for example. So important that the board members are competent. Not competent as in everybody must be an expert, but competent for what you need for your SHI. So how you could identify board members is once you've developed terms of reference and a board charter for the board, you can now identify people to serve on the board. You can review them against the set criteria you've put in place. You then decide, you notify them of their board tenure and let the board convene. Simple questions to ask of people that might be candidates to serve on a board is why they want to serve, what skills they have, do they understand SHI environment and its challenges, whether they've got board experience, whether they'll be able to help you meet your goals, how you will handle agreement and disagreement at board meetings, how you will remunerate them or compensate them for their expenses, how they will benefit your customers, make sure that board members are well trained about their responsibilities, and you appoint a chairperson. They appoint a chairperson from amongst the board for the first board meeting. And I've got a comprehensive list here of a summary of the roles and responsibilities of what a chairperson would do on such a board. I said to you earlier on, I would discourage you from ever having the chairperson being the same person as the CEO. Just debate that. why should the chairperson of the board not be the CEO? Why should the chairperson of the board of an SHI not be the CEO?
It would allow him to bypass the board.
Yes, absolutely. Why else not, colleagues? Why else? Any other thoughts? Why should the chairperson not be the CEO?
Conflict of interest.
Indeed. Indeed, Phuthi. Yes,
sorry,
Phuthi.
I would say it's because of separation of power, of the powers, in a sense that the CEO would be actually much more be responsible of the operations of the business, and the chairperson
CEO should not be the same person? Or do you see no problem with the chair and CEO being the same person?
Isn't it dependent on what powers are given to the chair? Because if the chair is like non-executive, or he has not a voting role, then is it problematic if the CEO and chair is the same person?
So if you look around the world, and I mean, when we say social housing, we sometimes think we're talking about only, we keep being defensive in saying it's a very small environment, etc., but it is still a very important environment. So around the world, the best practice has been to separate a board chairperson from the CEO. And the first point that was made about power being vested in, all power being invested in one person, is a very dangerous place to be. So that's the bottom line. So it should never be negotiable that the chairperson of the board is not the CEO, because of the risks that have been created by CEOs who have been also chairpersons and failed to make sure there was good corporate governance and were part of the looting of organizations. So it's very much discouraged around the world. It's frowned upon, actually, for a chairperson to be the CEO or a CEO to be the chairperson. The rule of thumb is that the CEO should actually take a sabbatical for 3 years before he can serve on the board. He should not serve on the board straight after being CEO, for the very reason that the CEO will then come to the board and cover up his conduct of manipulating company records for illicit purposes. So it's frowned upon for CEOs to be chairpersons. So to go through then who in these governance structures should be considered and how governance works out in terms of role players in an SHI. You have owners who tend to be shareholders or members of the organization, the institution itself, or directors too sometimes. What we call governors, who are the board of directors. Managers, the CEO or MD. Customers and residents and the broader community. Anybody have the difference between a CEO and an MD? Anybody have some views on CEO or MD? One and the same or different things? What is a CEO and what is an MD?
Isn't it dependent on the size? Because their functions are basically the same. But normally when you think of a CEO, you think of a major corporation, as opposed to an MD that might be smaller company.
Yeah. So let's not make it about size necessarily, but more about the function. And you're right that a CEO is not always a director. You follow? So the managing director is a director. The chief executive officer is not always a director. It's a matter of terminology, I must tell you. I mean, in my one-man show, I think I am a director who is managing. So I'm a managing director. I've seen people in my position call themselves chief executive officer. I think it's a matter of choice of title. But the distinction is chief executive isn't always a director. Are you clear, colleagues? So the other role player is the customer in the community that you're serving.
Sorry, Peter, just to go back to the point. So you can have in an organization an CEO and an MD, where the MD will be running the company and the CEO will be part of the board.
I'm saying to you, the CEO tends to be the one running the company on a day-to-day basis, and often he is not a director, right? So you will sometimes say the CEO is a member of the board and therefore a director, okay? You may also find where the CEO, you choose that he will not be a director of the company. I mean, imagine this, right? Let's follow me. It doesn't matter what size you are. Tomorrow, I can appoint in my company a chief executive officer. I can. A person to run my company, and I can call him chief executive officer. In that case, I will remove my title, managing director. I will then serve on the board. Are you following me, colleagues? I will remove my title, managing director, because I will cause confusion. An MD functionally and a CEO do the same thing. So Alfonso, I hope I'm answering your question. An MD and a CEO do the same thing. The central difference is that all CEOs aren't always directors.
Thank you.
Now you see the different roles played by these role players in relation to the SHI. So an owner calls SGM, Special General, meets people. An owner will meet at the AGM. Owner appoint the board of directors, let's call them owners, shareholders, and they vote on critical matters at general meetings and approve budgets too at general meetings, depending on the size of the company. Governors, in other words, directors from the board of directors, they meet on preferably a quarterly basis. They can meet more regularly. They tend to appoint a CEO or a managing director and the senior staff. Managers are the link between management and the board. You know what managers do. And customers are those that may have a say about certain management tasks. For example, customer relationships. They may appoint in an SHI a residence committee. And then they will voice their interests to the owners, to managers, and to governors. So various people can be members of the board of directors, and you can make that decision yourselves. And it's not ideal, as you said, in your preferences, to conflate the issues of tenants with your boards of directors. So the board of directors is what we call the governing board of an SHI. It must keep things on track. It must make sure you're responsible financially and otherwise. It must make sure you comply with the law. It must make sure you perform, and it gives authority to management. Ntata, yes.
Sorry, it's just a mistake.
Okay, sure, thank you. Management puts together procedures, it assembles projects, it runs the business every day. The CEO or MD is the most senior management position, and you could use either of them. And if it is the director, then clearly a director who is on the board would be the managing director. Board should work cohesively. We've mentioned that on what they should work, etc. And here's an illustration of how the relationships come together, but also how things can break, the relationship between governance and management. For good governance, managed relationships, manage financial issues, manage property management issues. Relationship management leads to conflict problems. Poor relationship management. Poor financial management causes solvency problems. Poor property management causes damage to assets. You will get these slides from John if you haven't already gotten them before the session. So there are various areas we mentioned in governance that you want to put in place in the SHI. We've moved very fast, I think. Some important points on how to vote in meetings. Is anybody familiar with the concept of a casting vote and what it means? A casting vote in a meeting and what it means?
Yes, I am.
Right. Share with us how you interpret that, colleagues.
All right, so a casting vote is if there is a deadlock. And normally it's the chairperson that would have a casting vote or a second vote in order to break that deadlock.
Any other view?
Organization.
Any other views? Somebody says the chairperson will have a second vote to break the deadlock. Any other views? You agree with that? There are 4 people in the meeting. The chairperson is number 5. One person has abstained from voting. So there are 4 left. The chairperson has voted and the votes are tied. We have a view here that the chairperson will vote a second time. Any views on that?
I'm in agreement with Alfonso.
Okay. Colleagues, be very careful of this principle. Ideally, if you did that and your MOI, your Memorandum of Incorporation, only gave 1 vote to every person on the board, your chairperson would not have a casting vote, what you're calling a second vote. So let me make this clear. If you don't write the MOI in such a fashion, as we just said now, where the chairperson will have that second vote, you will end up with a hamstrung board a lot of the time and very poor decision making. So the option to make that possible is to say in the MOI, the chairperson has a second casting vote. However, by its very nature, a casting vote is not a second vote. If your MOI was silent about this and your chairperson voted a second time, that vote would be illegal. I repeat, if you defaulted to the Companies Act and to best practice and you allowed your chairperson, because you were defaulting, you were saying, 1 man, 1 person, 1 vote. There's no room in that principle for a second vote. If you choose to go the second vote route, make sure to write it in the MOI of the company. Otherwise, it's an illegal vote. The way a casting vote works actually is everybody has 1 vote. When we are voting, the chairperson does not vote. Are you following? When we have a tie, then the chairperson votes. Are you following? That is the right way to do it. The chairperson does not vote. And when there is a tie, the chairperson votes. Yes, Howard. Howard.
Oh, Wi-Fi. What needs to go?
Sorry.
Why not the answer for Wi-Fi?
Colleagues, let's navigate that. Are you there? Do you have a question, colleagues? I'm saying to you, the chairperson does not naturally have a second vote ever. unless
Florina, can you please mute? Florina.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna mute everyone, and then Peter, you can unmute yourself. All right.
So I wanted to just take care of some good practices and kill the practice that is generally out there where the chairperson uncontrolled votes a second time. This is how you run a meeting. Yes.
Can you do it again, Lesego?
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Morena, please don't unmute yourself.
Colleagues, I ask a question, and the practice was mentioned, the way we do it in practice, which is illegal, where we give the chairperson a second vote. We said the chairperson should hold his only vote, one vote, the only vote, and vote last if there's a tie. Are we together?
Yes.
Good show. Thank you, Martin. So I know there's a practice out there where we have the perception that the chairperson gets a second vote. He does not, unless you wrote it into the MOI. Otherwise, it's an illegal second vote. Secondly, the chairperson is not the boss. The chairperson facilitates that the meeting happens effectively. The chairperson must encourage participation, everyone's opinion, everyone a chance, give the people time to debate, and make sure a final decision is made. We find today more and more chairpersons think they're the cleverest person in the meeting, and nothing can be done in the meeting without the chairperson blessing it. No. The chairperson is there to make sure the proceedings of the day are taken care of, the objectives are arrived at, everyone took part in that, and everyone had a fair chance to take part in that. And he captures the decision of the meeting, not the chairperson's decision. Forging ahead. So important, the issue also where matters fall down is on the remuneration of executives. Normally, the CEO is paying himself or herself. CEO pays herself, no approval about paying your own salary. Very dangerous place to be in an SHI. So these are the tasks of the board: to adopt a strategy that the CEO presents to the board, or to make changes about the strategic direction to that strategy, to approve the business plan, any policies, any structures, any delegation of authority, and to oversee and monitor that the above is being done, and to ensure a culture of accountability, even for the board itself and the board members. So the four main functions of the board is develop policy, ensure the organization is sustainable, to interact with stakeholders, and to monitor performance. Interact strategically with stakeholders, not to take over customer relationships, but to keep key stakeholders like shareholders appraised of the performance of the company. So, four main functions: develop policy for the board, like a board charter. Make sure you have clearly defined processes for calling meetings, for setting out the general objectives of the company, the membership of the board, performance appraisal system, how to manage conflict, how to set out duties of the staff, duties of prescribed officers in the company, how meetings will be conducted, the role of the board, and how the board will conduct itself, or if the board has subcommittees, how they will conduct themselves. The board must ensure sustainability. It must interact with stakeholders, particularly shareholders of the organization. A customer relationships does not mean the board takes it over, but make sure that it's done. Monitor the performance of the SHI and of management, and of course, make sure it looks after property management, it looks after human resource management, it looks after the housing development itself. So what do you think is important? Why, give me some reasons of why you believe that stakeholder resident participation is so key to the success of an SHI. Why is the resident participation so important? I'm not saying on the board, I'm saying mere keeping them in the loop. Why is it so important?
Sustainability and profitability.
Absolutely. You don't keep me happy, I leave. And the more you have fluidity in your tenants, the more you have risk. You want your tenants stable if they are paying tenants, isn't it? Any other thoughts?
Also, a happy customer obviously will be a non-violent customer.
You know, happy customer will be a non-violent customer. I wonder what Woolworths would say about that. Yes? To avoid, somebody wrote here, Malibogeng, to avoid misinformation from outside elements, misinformation and bad influences from outside elements. Those who have nothing to do with your business suddenly are coming to toy at your building, at your complex. Yes. So if there's one big takeout from this, is we all seem to be in agreement that we need to find a better way to communicate with our customers. It will limit risk. It won't avoid risk. It will limit risk. So the 5 reasons why participation of residents can be useful is 1. Residents are more likely to clearly understand their rights and responsibilities if you communicate to them. You can clear misunderstandings. Conflict, disputes are less likely. You set out their responsibilities, you set out your responsibilities, it becomes easier to manage the relationship. It'll make it easier to implement your decisions. It'll make it easier for tenants to engage their rights in terms of existing policy as opposed to always toying against you. It'll make decision-making easier for the resident community to feel that your decision-making is fair. If you have some kind of participation and engagement with the tenants, it'll mean that you get their views so that you can manage your shortcomings. Of course, you can't do it once off. It's an ongoing process. So that tenant structure where tenants meet and talk and share their views with you at the right time is an important structure to think about. So there are 3 levels of communication and participation. 3 levels are informing, consulting to secure cooperation, and participation. Keep that in mind. Informing is not consulting and securing cooperation. Some level of participation. You must give them some indication that you are working together to achieve their ends. John, seems like we flew through this today. Our audience is not as unmuted as our previous audiences. Look, there's no one way to do this, but let's get some general questions from the colleagues. as we start to wrap for the next 30 minutes or less?
So, ladies and gents, let's take any questions. I see we over-delivered on our promise that we'll wrap the session around 12. Still have a few more minutes left. If there are pressing questions relating to that topic, please let us filter those through now before we close the session. I will just be taking the last 5 minutes at the end after we've had a Q&A to just deal with a few wrapping up announcements or notes to be taken care of.
John?
Hi.
Can I also request that on the link, that registration link, just a reminder for people to just quickly fill in that form. I think that at most, at some point we had about 40 people in the room, but I think we've only got only about 23 people have completed the form. So if they could just also quickly, it's a very quick form, if they could just fill it in for us, just for us to record attendance. Thank you.
You've heard that plea.
Hello.
Please take care of that. Come through, ma'am.
Can I ask the lady that he was asking us to fill that survey for attendance? Did he knows that does he go through, because there is no message come back to us say thank you, you are registered when we done it? Because we done it when you are busy listening, even the training.
Okay.
Yes,
So
if you
just
can
confirm
check
that.
just to check our names, that because I've done it, but I didn't get the report.
Okay.
Okay.
So just confirm that indeed the system.
Okay. So what I will do, maybe at the end, I will just read out those that I've received the names. Okay. Or the registrations. You won't get an email back to say that you've registered, but I will just quickly check and then I'll read out who's recorded.
Other than that, ladies and gents, are there any specific questions?
My hand is up, John.
Oh, go for it. Sorry, my screen is playing games here with me, so I can't see. Yeah, go for it, Mandla.
Yes, Prof, thank you for the presentation on corporate governance. I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, a board of directors is appointed and the CEO is appointed. Obviously, when the board comes in through its chairperson, they've got this ideal about how to handle this company. And the CEO has got his own ideas of how to operate this company successful. So where do we find the balance in terms of the conflict of interest?
Yes, Mandla, good question. Look, Mandla, one must establish the ground rules between a board and a CEO or a managing director. And those ground rules are very simple. Any good board will know this. The person responsible for executing the business is the chief executive. In other words, on a day-to-day basis, the chief executive runs the business and the board oversees that is an effective issue. The problem with boards is many of them, Mandla, you're so right, they want to step down and become managers of the business. As long as the CEO is strong enough to say to that board, listen, man, the good governance processes here, and a good board will know this without being told this, that our job is to oversee and the CEO's job is to execute. It's as simple as that. And yes, there are frictions, but they are resolved by having ongoing engagement between the board and the CEO. So you need a communication channel wide open between the CEO and the board, rules of engagement. The board cannot come and speak to staff as it wishes without going past the CEO, or else we start to destroy those rules of engagement. And if you write the board charter appropriately about the conduct of board members in the board charter, it's a place you can lean on later when the board members start to behave like they are all executives. The board charter is the best place to control that.
Okay. And then another conflict or example there of Eskom. It seems as if the chairperson was doing, or the board was doing their own thing, and the CEO was doing his own thing. So how did corporate governance rule on the whole managing matter?
You know, this point you make is very good. You're mentioning, for example, our electricity supply utility. Keep this in mind. Boards need to know this. Directors on the board need to know this. The more you want to interfere in operations, the more likely one day you'll find yourself to be declared a delinquent director when the company fails. And that's the dilemma we're seeing in parastatals now. You've just seen one of the major rulings over the last 18 months of a board member found guilty of delinquency on account of being too functional and interfering in day-to-day management in a parastatal. So I don't have any rulings about it. I have just views on it. And I think we are going to see delinquency challenges coming for these directors of these parastatals. Some of them are already in motion. And I think that organizations you've mentioned are also in motion. Yeah. We're going to see more and more actions to have directors declared delinquent on account of making parastatals fail. We're going to see more and more of it.
So it means it means most of the time the board can exercise its power to overrule the operations by the CEO.
And they are doing something wrong because they cannot interfere in the operations unless the operations are going haywire and the CEO is incompetent. That you understand. But if the CEO is doing a competent job in line with the performance agreement and the company's strategy, the board has no place to interfere. The board's job is to keep the ship in line. The board's job is not to drive the ship.
Okay. So that leaves this.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Thanks, Mandla, for those questions. I see Lolo also asks the question, what's the difference between corporate governance and organizational or corporate culture in which must prevail given the uncontrollable levels of corporate greed?
Yeah, Lolo, you're touching briefly also on the ethical culture issue in an organization. Now, don't drop culture down only to the good and bad. Let's use culture for what it should be. The way in which this organization exists and runs is the culture. The way in which this organization and its people exist and run is the culture. It's not only ethics that's the culture. It's not only a lack of ethics that can be the negative culture. So see corporate governance as including culture. The way we do things around here is what we call culture. We do things around here by following good corporate governance practice. We do things around here ethically. We do things around here by not overpaying ourselves because we are the leaders. We do things around here by taking care of our stakeholders. We do things around here by making sure that our financial governance is in place. We do things around here by communicating. We do things around here by preparing information that is accurate and with integrity. We do things around here by being audited on time. We do things around here by not having a dominant CEO who acts as if the company is his and he's alone. We do things around here by working in line with the board charter that sets out the role of the board and the role of the CEO. We do things around here by training each other on corporate governance regularly. We do things around here by declaring our conflicts of interest and moving out of meetings when there's conflicts of interest. We do things around here by charging fair prices and not price gouging. I hope, Lolo, that explains to you that you must see the corporate governance and culture as one and the same thing.
Thanks.
Perhaps the last question, Prof, that you can touch on is the question from Bongiwe, who asks, is the board more like a body corporate?
Good question, Bongiwe. So typically in the property management arena, a body corporate tends to be a board of trustees, Bongiwe. These trustees are from amongst the tenants, and they make sure of the sustainability, the corporate governance of the body corporate. It's not so complicated. It's just a bit of a narrow definition on a governing body. A body corporate is a governing body, as a board is a governing body. It's the same thing. It's just that the body corporate tends to be from amongst the members of the body corporate, the property that's being managed, and they together look after their interest, maintenance, financial governance, sustainability of the body corporate, behavior of stakeholders, in other words, tenants in the body corporate. So a body corporate is a form of board of trustees for a board, yes.
All right, thank you so much. We are right on the end tail. Unless if there's any pressing question or questions, allow me, colleagues, to close the session on this note. Please, as Leslie has requested, please do not leave or log out the session without registering your attendance. That's very important, because I think it also helps with facilitating future communication that we may have between ourselves and yourselves. As committed earlier on, I will be sending you the PowerPoint presentation, the slides that Prof has taken us through, the manual, which goes hand in hand with the PowerPoint presentation and has much more detail. But I've also noted that there was a request to perhaps share with you, or some of you, the Social Housing Act and the regulations. So I'll just include in that pack those two critical documents as well. Note that the session was recorded, so we will also, in a space of a day or two, send you the link. I think it's a YouTube link. My marketing and communications team will assist with creating that link and putting that thing on YouTube so that you can access the recording and refresh some of the things that were dealt with today. Just for your information, this session is part of the our training calendar of 2020-2021. We are almost on the end tail of the program itself. I think we've got about four or five more sessions left. And I've just checked now. We have introduction to social housing, which is coming in 2 weeks' time. And I think soon after that, we have also a session, which is a 2-day session on social housing project packaging. How do you prepare and package a social housing? So in case you have not registered for those and you have interest, please indicate. In fact, in my email shot that I'll do with other materials, I'll perhaps share with you the training calendar, which tells you what are the other sessions that are remaining that you can still enroll yourself on. On that note, let me just say thank you so much for your participation and making time. This is one of the critical areas of our work. It relates to how we accredit social housing. In fact, one looks at what the requirements are from accreditation of social housing. This is one of the, I think, 7 key areas which we need to ensure that social housing institutions are sound from a government point of view. But beyond that, when one really probes much more deeper in terms of the sustainability of the sector and the social housing institutions themselves. This is one area that is quite key as well. And I think from the reporting, quarterly reporting point of view, SHIs are required to report particularly around this area as well. So thank you for taking time. I hope this has helped to unearth some of the things and clarify some of the things. In fact, the introduction to social housing session, which I just made mention of, slightly speaks of corporate governance, not in great detail like we have done now, but it is part of the topics that we cover in the introduction to social housing, so that you have a broader understanding of where does corporate governance requirements fit in the whole broad scheme of things. Please, maybe before you also log out, because we don't do the normal evaluation sheet if we like when we are in a contact session. So just use the chat line to give us your feedback as well, so that we can record and capture that and use that for feedback and notes that we can use to improve future delivery as well. On that note, let me just thank Prof for the piece of work that you've done. Thank you so much. And the engagement that I just was sitting back and observing this, I think has helped all of us to understand somewhat this can be a complex topic. But also thank you all for the participation, and also to the team that has helped to get this off the ground. On that note, adios. We'll see some of you, I guess, in some of the sessions that remain. And we'll still keep on the session now for those of you who still want to record your attendance, register your attendance, and also any other feedback that you may want to give. Anyone else can log out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Prof. Lesego.
Yes.
Hi, I don't have anything else really on my side. I might just step out at this point. I guess you and I will chat further on email. Again, Prof, if you're still online, thank you so much. We'll probably talk further offline. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Adios.